This court is now in session. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a matter of versus Lindsay Clancy, represented by Attorney Callan. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right, so we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Good morning. We are here. They started a little bit early. They caught me off guard. I was mid-boiled egg, and I had to stop. I assumed, the courthouse is packed again, but I assumed that we would be starting later. We didn't even get to have our morning chat. We're just getting right into it. Wow. Literally, boiled egg is going down. Oh man, they caught me off guard, but I could hear it in my headphones as I'm moving around, getting prepared. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for watching again here on Nurses in the News. Check in. Let me know where you're checking in from. What's your nursing specialty? We are here for day 19 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I just wanted to say thank you, a big thank you to all of you who have watched here with me for this last 19 days. YouTube sent me an email, I guess sometime last night, I saw it this morning when I woke up, that I am now in the YouTube creator program. So like super chats and things like that are unlocked on my page now, and that just means the world to me. That, it's so hard to break into YouTube, and it usually takes years. So for me to just be starting, and have really a solid 19 days of being on YouTube and actually getting into the creator program, it's big, and I couldn't have done it without all of you that are watching here with me, because you can be watching anywhere. You could be watching on Law and Crime or on Court TV, where there's a lot more people, but you show up and you come here every day, and I just could not have achieved this without you, because you need like tons of watch hours and a nice clean page to get into the YouTube partner program. It's not like, TikTok or IG where it's a little bit easier. It's like, if you could make it on YouTube, then you really truly have some authority. And I was nervous. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I appreciate you guys. Super chats are unlocked now, but we're getting into it here.
All right.
Coffee is over there. We're getting right to it today.
What's the next exhibit?
292. LBBB.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. By the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we are going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who had testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination, and the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case. Then, after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right, so that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right, so that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
No way.
I do.
Not today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your third time?
You do know that Dr. Mack had his testimony
By that
thrown
estimation,
out
yes.
before.
Okay, so
Reddington probably found
it's
that.
not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the third time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
Yep, the TikTokers found it that Mack had his testimony thrown out. Reddington probably got some help from TikTok.
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
You're gonna
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's
I'm
it.
talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them
Okay,
in the courtroom.
so my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your third time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay.
In Florida.
And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
Happened because a TikToker posted it
No.
on my page.
Did you testify in? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
It did.
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
This is the case that got thrown out.
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
Verify it, though, and it did
I
happen.
do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for Temporary Aid to Needy Families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
I didn't have my
Do
microphone
you agree,
on.
sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because
someone put on my TikTok
your testimony
about
was
Dr.
that they
Mack.
belonged to a class of
I
people that
verified
I guess
it, and
had
it
to be
did get
tested.
thrown out. So Reddington
Right.
is
I don't
getting
agree with
help
your
from TikTok with this
conceptualization.
case.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the
Thank you,
government,
Verse Gang. I didn't have my mic on.
and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program,
Reddington got this from
people that
TikTok.
need aid because
He
of
didn't have
needy
it on
families,
Friday. He would have brought it out
are
Friday.
people that should be tested by way of
I
blood or
guarantee
urine?
you, he's getting his information
And your
from
argument,
TikTok.
sir,
I mean, it's
was
valid
because they are
information,
of a
but
class
they're helping
that
him.
would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No, I
Okay,
would disagree.
so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
This is not good, Nurse
No.
Gang. It's not good.
Do you agree, sir,
Not
that the
good.
court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right, do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TAMF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury
Commonwealth should have skipped
regarding
on Dr. Mack.
your
Even though he
testimony
was
and
good,
opinion that you've
this
given
isn't good.
regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Reddington got this
Yes.
from TikTok.
So you
He
really
didn't have this energy
evaluated
last
her
Friday. He didn't
about
know what to
3
say to him.
years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
Posted it on my TikTok and said Dr. Mack had
January
his testimony
2023.
thrown out. I verified
So you do
it,
recall
and
the
it's true.
date that the
I knew
incident
he was going to
occurred?
bring it up today.
23, right?
right. So to answer
Okay,
your
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th, and those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home, okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event,
What is he
you
getting at?
must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halbrun at Duxbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Halbrun, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or in
you
the
had,
lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be, obviously, cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbronn.
To Dr. who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbronn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
Where is he going with this?
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe,
DCF
interviewed
should have
him
never inserted themselves. The
when
kids
he
were
was at
already
Boston
gone.
Children's Hospital.
Okay,
Their
all I'm asking
intervention
is,
was
all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
And that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively
Okay.
that is the
So-
core component of that report.
Okay, that's a component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially, Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Duxbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony.
Dr.
You read all that
Zeisel
too,
didn't
right?
read the records either, don't remember?
Correct.
He
Police
didn't read them.
interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had
What is
met with,
Red
I
getting
imagine,
at?
or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
I think he's trying to confuse. He's
only by
confusing
phone.
us.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
He
How long
doesn't
was the
want to go straight
conversation?
in with the, was she psychotic or not? He's dancing around.
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
More.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that
Park
asks you to
Dietz,
evaluate
we got some
people
nurses
and
for you.
testify
Are you
in
hiring?
the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the District Attorney's Office, yes.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety,
No.
This
This is Doctor.
I would like to be able
Hold on, doctor, please. Listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself.
Red is stalling.
When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break.
This don't have nothing to do with her being psychotic.
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through?
He's deflecting.
The 4
I thought it
hours?
was going to be a big aha moment, but now he's like,
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it.
I'm sure she didn't sit there and take a dump on herself.
During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has
being psychotic,
for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together, or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
Yeah, he wants the sympathy.
One would ask questions,
Doesn't
and if
matter.
another one had additional
she-
questions to ask
she-
about that
sure she got a
particular
catheter?
topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
He want to talk about everything but that she wasn't psychotic,
and then when you
boy.
concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Duxbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing, the psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
Red.
No, you ever heard of the
That has nothing to do with her
MMPI?
state of mind on the day she killed the kids.
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
He's trying to do everything but
Well, the
talk
K
about...
scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The
Okay.
MMPI is an assessment of the individual's
This is all fluff
personality.
and nonsense.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to
The
find?
purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know-
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Oh, okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Red.
If you're simply referring
This has
to your
nothing to
own
do with
personality style,
the day of the crime.
the issue is whether or not the answers are
If
reliable or
anybody else
valid.
doesn't
It's
think
not a
Red looks
matter
like
of
a
assessing
fool
if the
getting
person
his
is lying
information
on the
from
MMPI.
TikTok, I
Does the
can't.
MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with
That's
Dr.
nothing to
Mack's
do
opinion on the
with her
K scale.
planning out
What
those
would that do?
murders.
It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But
So-
the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
it may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a
I
result.
can't wait to see what the
because they're
prosecution
lying,
does on
and it's
cross.
not a reliable test, right?
Because
That's
Red
the
has
ultimate
nothing.
consideration, right?
But to
so it's not
discredit and
saying
talk
that
about
the person is
everything
lying.
except for
It's
his
saying that the
evaluation.
test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
She's not talking about.
So you are aware,
it matters about the
regardless,
day of the
that
crime.
when
not
Lindsay took the test for Dr.
the test
Kirk Halbrun,
afterwards.
that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about.
It doesn't make any sense. That's why he can't answer the question.
I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's ask the next one.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir.
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her case scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the health care providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
Red is making a fool of himself.
An individual,
She wasn't on
there is a
SSRIs, but only
need
for
in one's
a
practice,
little bit of Zoloft, a couple pills of
traditionally at
Prozac.
least,
Has nothing to do
that
with
if an
killing her kids
individual
4 months later.
might be suffering
Lindsay's
from
going her ass to jail.
bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
Oh my God. Red, move on.
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as
She
we
didn't
discussed
have
the other
it.
day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days.
Attorney
And
Reddington
that would
knows
include
that
a thought process
she
called
wasn't
flight of
psychotic, so
ideas.
he's trying to
Secondly,
discredit
distractibility.
Dr. Mack.
Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally,
Attorney trying to tell a
grandiosity
doctor,
and
psychiatrist
an
about
exaggerated
bipolar,
amount
one of
or
the
excess
most common
degree
mental illnesses. It's not complex.
of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your...
so-
Go ahead.
They're going to say Red ate
Go
him
ahead.
up. He
What
did
is your
not.
understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of
Go
bipolar
ahead.
type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required, and only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Duxbury Hospital, and how long
Nurse
did you
gang,
interview
this
her
line
for
of
the
question
3rd day,
has went
asking her
nowhere.
questions?
This has nothing to do with her
I'm
being
not sure I
psychotic
remember. It was
on the
perhaps
day when she killed those kids. He's talking
Perhaps
about
3
what
hours.
happened 3 years later. It doesn't
So
matter.
after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No, he said
No.
major depression.
So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of
said
Lindsay
major depression,
after
not
evaluating
bipolar.
her, sir.
Oh, Attorney Reddington is
I think I
in the
said
middle
this
of
the
the
other
ocean.
day that my
Why don't you
opinion
say it
was
again,
that
sir?
was, yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your reports, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with... So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
He tried to grab the wrong report and read from the wrong report. Attorney Reddington is 100% in the middle of the ocean with no raft. What hotel Dr. Mack stayed in, if they drove there together, none of that matters. I'm telling you now that none of that matters because it was years after the fact. The records and evidence and what they had to review based on Dr. Tufts, Dr. Gelada, and all the interviews they got from what happened before, the incident is what matters. None of these tests that were done, in my opinion, of her outside of malingering, none of these tests that were done after she killed those kids is a telltale of anything. Because at that point, she was trying to, build her defense. At that point, she would say anything because she was trying to get out of killing her kids. this is what we are doing here today. Dr. Mack said it clear. She knew what she was doing at the time of those murders, simply because during the murders, she answered the phone and did not say to Patrick while she was in the commission of the crime that I needed help. Case closed. Nothing Reddington is saying makes any sense. It doesn't matter if she had to take a dump when they were interviewing her for 6 hours. Nobody cares. We don't feel sorry for Lindsay. But he has nothing, so he's trying to go all around, confuse the jury. He wants to be able to say he put on a good defense, but you're just embarrassing yourself and you're wasting time.
You would agree that your opinion on page 35 is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Duxbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So, did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
She said, I don't have
I did.
bipolar.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was?
She's on Zyprexa, that's all right now.
Of the
In terms
diagnosis?
of-
Diagnosis.
Yes.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So, you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
Now, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
Yeah, but she's been discredited, so.
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
your... I discussed the other day was when that
bipolar
specifier is able to be
postpartum
used.
depression
That
are
would
not
be a
one and the
diagnostic
two.
question.
So, with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression?
Gelada didn't really definitely
it's
say
in the-
bipolar.
in the-
Tough said no bipolar.
the books,
These
in the
people seen
articles,
her after
right?
the fact. She's never been
Your
manic.
use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The
Okay.
question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So-
sir. I can't, can you say that again, please?
We're talking about categories that are
He
not
wants
aligned with
somebody
each
to
other.
say
No, I'm asking
postpartum
you
so
what your
bad.
answer was, okay?
It's not going to happen.
What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would
No,
be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says. It's a
Okay.
4-week
So
period
let's
in
talk
which
about
the 4-week period. The 4-week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
Red is
you
drowning.
recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No.
which I believe
What did you say to the, come on, what did you say to the
All right,
jury
hold on,
last
hold on.
Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Red
recall
is
saying
confusing
that
all
the
of us,
person
not
has to be
just Dr. Matt.
postpartum
He wants
within
him
4
to say
weeks, according to the
what he wants
DSM?
him to say.
Recall saying that?
to meet that specifier, yes.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
We're talking
But that
about
wouldn't be the
specifically what the
specifier
DSM-5
with
says.
postpartum onset.
yeah, but you
in the
can't.
DSM.
Postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right,
Postpartum.
it's an appellation that is defined in
You're
terms of
wrong,
4 weeks.
Red.
Okay, according to you, right? You
According to the
understand that
DSM-5.
World Health Organization is different, right?
World Health Organization is
If you're
not.
talking about the ICD,
Mental illness.
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the
Someone in healthcare would think
DSM
Red is cooking.
5 text revision or TR? What's the proposal
Dr. Mack
for
didn't
that?
write the DSM-5.
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week
To me,
period.
this shows that Red is drowning.
So-
He has nothing.
You've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Duxbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
All doctors do not
And she
diagnose
hasn't
the
had,
same.
over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's
cured
been
because
medicated at
she
Duxbury,
was
right?
anxious and depressed about not wanting to be a mother, and she took care of that problem.
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating
Yeah.
signs
Her
of
kids
anxiety.
were causing her depression.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has
Now
to
that she
be in a
took care of that
wheelchair,
problem, she ain't depressed.
she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Duxbury?
Zyprexa, Clonidine, propranolol, and trazodone.
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa.
10 milligrams.
I believe Clonidine and trazodone.
Clonidine 0.1.
And propranolol occasionally.
And propranolol.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much trazodone.
Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all of the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
They need to.
it was.
And was there an issue or a
Put him,
problem, according to Lindsay, when that
They need
was
to wrap
increased
this
from
up.
25 to 50?
That has nothing to do with
Yeah.
anything, Red.
And what was the
Wrap
problem
it up.
that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
I think
She
he's
was
stalling
unable to
'cause he's
sleep
not
for
ready to
a
close.
period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you
As
see?
she discussed
Okay.
with us,
Did you
she
see anything in the
desperately
records?
wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period...
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep? That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the
He's
seventh
going in circles
element
with-
of mania.
If people don't see that
Okay,
Red is
so that
losing
is
it,
an indicia of mania. Is that, can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay,
I don't
and-
know
and
that
she-
she has a decreased need for sleep.
And in
She
the
was
medical...
trying very
Go
hard.
ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So, is it your understanding
Judge,
that
get Red
she
off
also
of Dr. Mack.
exhibited
It's enough.
signs
He's not getting what he
or
needs.
symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, That is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episode in this year, or
Stick
within
with it, Dr. Mack. Stick with it.
4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you
in
familiar
this
with
brand.
postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts
Red,
Child Psychiatry
client's going to
Access
prison.
Product. You're familiar with that, right?
Because you got nothing.
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
According to the DSM-5.
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LASCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
That's not a form of the question.
No, sustained. I mean, overall, to me, yes. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
He had diagnosis of depression. she was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Right. Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute.
But
Hold
he's
on now.
not-
Hold on.
he's not
Excuse
an
me, sir.
OBGYN,
Friday you said
This is
that
embarrassing,
the
actually.
episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
He's not an OBGYN.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with
He's
me
not an
at least
OBGYN.
that
You're embarrassing
postpartum
yourself.
depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right?
Red is embarrassing himself.
Yes or no?
So-
Yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy
will not say
complaining that she
postpartum.
was unable to
You
laugh
want
or
him to say that
emote
so
or see the
bad.
funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to
Why
things,
isn't
and
the
they, what is
judge
that called?
stopping this?
Anhedonia
This
or
doesn't
something like
make
that?
any sense.
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
Depression.
Sir.
And if it,
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
yes.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't.
He is so thirsty.
You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason.
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also
He's
say
going
that
on
she's
for an
unhappy?
hour
She was
about
so
nothing.
unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding. Yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies,
People
then it's
really think
suicide.
that
Either
Red
way, it's a thought of
is
harming
eating him
herself,
up.
right?
How? He's not saying anything.
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself
Attorney
simply for
Reddington,
the
go
interest
sit
of
down.
harming
Your
herself.
client
She
wasn't
had the interest of
psychotic.
suiciding.
None of that's changing.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
She wasn't. Oh, pardon me, psycho.
First of all, I'm not
Nobody.
sure. Well, I can't answer the question as
Okay.
you've asked
No
it.
one
Let's talk about
diagnosed her with
postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer?
That's
You
right,
know what that
Dr.
is,
Mack.
don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm
published
referring
in
to the
Bioethics?
fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when
No,
she
she
killed her
was not.
kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis.
That's right, Dr. Mack.
that
Don't
we
give him
referred
what
to
he
the other day.
wants. Do not give him what he wants.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing
Oh my
voices.
God, Nurse Gang, are we watching
Would you
this?
agree, sir, that hearing
man
voices
embarrassed
is
himself.
indicative
He's
of
desperate.
having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
This is convincing me even more that Lindsay is just so guilty.
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit, are
Do
you
you,
asking
sir,
about
do you
the
understand the
psychosis?
term postpartum psychosis? It's
and
real
no
easy.
one diagnosed her with
Do you
that,
understand that term?
Red. You're not getting
It's
it.
actually not easy. It's serious, but when we
So,
do elicit
would you-
psychosis after a birth,
don't want him to
we
speak?
take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we? Who's we?
seeing that
We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
we psychiatrists, I as a psychiatrist,
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing,
Mack is
if you do, a
diagnosing
patient
Attorney
that's
Reddington
coming
right
to
now.
you for help after having a
Diagnosing him
baby,
with
so it's
desperation.
postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
that would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Oh,
Okay,
he's
so
serving
if
him
you have
up.
administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about.
He wants
with a
him to
patient,
say
right?
she had postpartum psychosis, and he won't, because she did not. No
You're
one
always
diagnosed
concerned
her
if you're
with postpartum
if you're
psychosis.
encountering somebody who's hearing voices,
Right.
especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody?
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices, and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head. Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that
But she
somebody
didn't tell
was able to
anybody she
hear
was
the
hearing
voices in their
her
head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
So it's better to take them out.
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a
Well,
concern.
how about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with
You're
distorted
losing, Red.
reality?
You're losing, bud.
Did she complain
Sorry.
to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that, in the context of some of the medications she was taking, that she felt
I think Red is
that things
stalling
weren't
too
real, yeah.
because he's not ready to close.
Or that
I
she
think
felt-
he's stalling.
My
she
question,
felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
This is embarrassing.
Okay.
Reddington, get out of there.
How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular
I'm asking
authority
you a
when
simple question. Do you
quote?
agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that
No,
it can
doesn't
come
work
out
that
of
way.
nowhere and then leave?
Yeah,
And a
not,
person
not
can
when somebody's
appear
baby is 8
normal.
months
They can
old.
even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
But your questions are confusing.
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course and we
okay,
understand
time
what
out, time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling?
finish. Doctor, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, good.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis? Is
It's
that
the
what you're telling me?
DSM-5, Red.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
The DSM-5.
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA.
Nurse Gang,
so
are we
you-
watching
hold on.
By the
this?
team.
I'm mortified.
Let me, if I can finish.
I'm
By
mortified.
the
judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
I'm mortified at how Red is embarrassing himself. Nobody diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis, not
Do you
even his
agree?
own.
That postpartum psychosis is a legitimate
Not even Dr.
disease or
Zeisel.
defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
The issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so anytime that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
Okay, we're going to have to pull up the DSM-5 here.
You would not utilize that
What
in
is
your
going
diagnostic
on?
terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would see it, and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize
well,
that.
I'm sorry. Doctor, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom
Dr.
number
Mack
one,
is right.
complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the
Attorney
Department of
Reddington, it
Mental
doesn't matter
Health,
what about research in healthcare.
dealing with
The
postpartum
DSM-5 is the
psychosis
standard of
would
care
indicate that hearing
in
voices,
psychiatry
a
in
voice
America,
commanding
period.
her
You
to
can't
act
change
is
that now
a symptom
to try to
of
get your client
postpartum
off. You're
psychosis.
wrong.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
You're
Just give me a
wrong.
yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times now.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom
The
of
judge should be
postpartum
ashamed of
psychosis, sir?
himself right now.
Yes or
You
no?
said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's where you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No, never mind what I'm referring
Okay,
to.
I just looked
Your
it
answer
up.
is no, right?
And it does say
No,
it's
she did
4
not display
weeks.
psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted
And
reality, doctor.
providers are trying to get
That is a
it
type
to
of
extend to
psychosis.
6 months,
So
but
I
it's
didn't
4
see
weeks
any evidence of any psychotic
to be
features throughout
diagnosed
the
with
medical record.
postpartum psychosis.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated
even a
state, that she
standalone
was
diagnosis
out of
in the DSM-5.
touch with
Dr.
reality.
Mack
You're telling
is
this jury you
correct.
never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that she discussed with her
Right. Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right. Like
I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or
postpartum
no?
psychosis is not a standalone diagnosis.
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
You agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. How about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
He's trying to rewrite the DSM-5.
Periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and, if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts?
Matt should just be
about
like, I can't
suicide,
answer
for
that.
example?
I can't
Did
answer
anybody
that.
ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
Even Lindsay is over it. She's like, fuck it, I did it.
I believe that the clinicians at McLean,
I knew what I was doing.
at
I'm
Mass
tired of this now.
General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about, or all made inquiries
Lindsay
to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, overruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
Blood tests for psychosis.
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
Say you can't answer that.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such
You need
tests.
to make that clear, Dr. Mack.
So
They're not
there
just
is
drawing bloods.
a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
Say narcotics?
Well, drugs,
I'm not sure.
like sertraline or...
Say you can't answer that, Dr. Mack. Move along.
Can you say the question again?
Sure,
Attorney
prescriptions.
Reddington is desperate.
When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
What does this have to do with her being psychotic?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns a person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical
Attorney
records that you
Reddington is
reviewed
stalling
when
'cause
she's
he's not
dealing
ready
with
for
Tufts and Gelada,
closing.
did they administer any blood tests to her at all?
He doesn't want this to wrap up.
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as
Dr. Mack, you shouldn't have said that,
postpartum
Dr.
depression,
Mack.
symptomology of
Because that you know
postpartum
that that's
psychosis
not how it
in
goes.
conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given.
She was never over-medicated.
They never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their
Red
thyroid
still
level,
hasn't got
isn't
to
it?
the main thing. You said she knew what she was doing.
It would be important to check thyroid
This has
in
been an
multiple
hour and
different
20
psychiatric
minutes.
conditions.
So the answer is yes,
particularly-
right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
Not her. Please, not Buckingham. No. Attorney Sprague should be redirected. No.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to
Oh,
the area.
you don't
and then
sit
we'll go
down,
from there. Go ahead.
Reddington.
Thank you.
Please, stop.
You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024.
Attorney Buckingham.
I am not exactly sure when
Get to your shit, man.
the Commonwealth or the District Attorney's
We
Office
don't got time for you to be playing today.
exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Duxbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Duxbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
Good.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, It wasn't just you and Dr. Halburn in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one, so was there a staff member from Duxbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halburn offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
We made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
Right, I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh shit. Oh man. Attorney Reddington, your client is going to prison. She's going to prison. You added in extra lies that didn't even have to be there. Why would you bring up this? They held her in this room. They both piled on her, knowing that there were only 2 dates that you guys gave up that they can go up and interview her. And they both were like, well, we have to make it on one of these 2 dates. He tried to make it seem like they planned to go in there and ambush her. And no, you guys offered up the 10th and the 12th of April, and they both happened to make it on the 10th or the 12th or whatever. You made it seem like they had her in there like the interrogation of Michael Crow. She was in there for hours, and that's why she come to find out she's out there. Do you want to take a break? Nah, I'm good. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Listen, Attorney Reddington single-handedly got that information from TikTok about Mac's testimony being thrown out. And I know because when I posted Mac and I said he did really good, someone who has a true crime page came into my comments and said, look at this case where Mac's testimony was thrown out, and they sent the article under my TikTok, and I actually went and looked it up, and it was true. So knowing that he led with this today, I know that TikTok is most likely sending his office information, and people are doing up digging. So he led with that because that's all he really had. And then he went in circles. Listen, Dr. Mack is testifying and basing his opinions on what the DSM-5 is. Whether you like it or not, Attorney Reddington, this is what we use in America. And it says postpartum psychosis is not a standalone diagnosis, and the time frame for it to be diagnosed was within 4 weeks of birth. Not 8 months. Okay? You can talk about what the World Health Organization says about postpartum, with what articles they wrote in Massachusetts. Listen, we go by the DSM-5 in psychiatry. That's it. You cannot deviate from that. He brought up ICD-9. Yeah, ICD-9 codes are to bill insurance, okay? They're to bill insurance for those purposes, period. Like, you're wrong. No matter any of the stuff that you said has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he said she knew what she was doing on that day. You could talk about the SSRI. She wasn't even on the SSRI that long. She was on, 7 days of Zoloft, and then I forgot that Julie Paul did order Prozac, but I think she only took it 1 or 2 days. The bipolar diagnosis is up and down. Some say bipolar 1, some say bipolar 2, some say no bipolar. She has to have a diagnosis to be able to stay in the Duxbury hospital, right? So to say, okay, bipolar. She herself said, they said I'm bipolar, but I don't think so. I don't think I'm bipolar. She doesn't even want that diagnosis on her. Okay, she's taking Zyprexa, clonidine, propranolol, and trazodone. She's not on any heavy load of medications. Jesus. She's not on even any Depakote, Lamictal, just Zyprexa. And who knows if she's even taking it. But the judge is right on schedule because we know that he goes to break at 11. So if he's even thinking that they're going to show a video, he's going to stop them and go sidebar here and say, let's do this after I get my morning coffee. I got to use the bathroom, whatever the case may be. Oh, I cannot stop laughing. Okay, we got action. Maybe for 5 minutes, Nurse King, we got some action.
Yes.
Is it 292?
Okay, no objection?
No.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
my understanding is that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Good.
Now, you
Okay,
talked a lot
Bucky
with
here.
defense counsel about
Good,
the DSM,
good.
so I don't want to go too far into it. But on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173 where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the four-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right.
a specifier.
As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
Has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about, and then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see or you can find 5 or more of to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9 in order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sure. Concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
But bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't know.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next. Anything further?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? No. All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Take a break. All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness who will go on the stand after we get back. All right. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, sign your close the notebook. Next month's judge, please.
Nurse gang, there we have it. I know Dr. Mack is glad that this is over, but I think Attorney Reddington embarrassed himself. He wants to get somebody to say postpartum. He wants the jury to hear it even once. And it's just, you're not going to get it because it just wasn't there. The DSM-5 is not going to let you have that. Lindsay's sister is not there again. She's not there again. I told you guys, I believe personality disorder, because all the people that know her personally outside of her parents are not there supporting her. You know, they popped in and they are gone. Her sister's not sitting there on that trial every day. And she, even when they showed the records, she wasn't even calling her. You know what I mean? They weren't even seeing each other. Leads me to believe she grew up in a household with a woman who had a personality disorder. Because it's always the people closest to you that know you the most that back off. You know what I mean? Co-workers and people who just met you that don't live with you. every day, they don't really know how it truly is to truly be with you. But her sister not being there speaks volumes. She looked like she didn't even want to be on the stand. Attorney Reddington is grasping at straws. He's embarrassing himself and trying to twist things. He talked to Dr. Mack for an hour and a half. For what? For what? Stalling, getting your information from TikTok, trying to discredit. It boils down to this. She knew what she was doing and was thinking clearly on the 24th. None of anything else even matters, because you couldn't challenge that exact statement. That's the blow to your case. You're here saying that she was insane. You know, that she was insane, that she didn't know what she was doing. She was psychotic at the time, so she can't be held criminally responsible. And you asked him about everything but that. And you totally, I would say you had about an hour and a half on Friday, and you had an hour and a half today. So almost 3 hours, and you never came straight out. You said she wasn't psychotic, but can you explain? You talked about everything else, the World Health Organization, the veterans that he, gave an opinion on in Florida, his resume, because you got nothing. There's a clear line in the sand here. She wasn't psychotic when she was killing her kids. She did it methodically, and she answered the phone in the middle of it. And never said, help me, I'm doing this. Never told her husband what she was doing. That right there seals a guilty verdict for me. There's nothing else to talk about. And he never went at him with that. Like, why would you say that? He's talking about SSRIs. You got to let the SSRIs go. She didn't have enough in her system. And all this, fairy tale island about how mental health is treated and how psychiatric disorders are diagnosed, trying to rewrite the DSM-5 right before our eyes and say what should be in there, what not should be in there. You're an attorney. You're out of line with that line of questioning. You have to go with what the standard is, and it's the DSM-5. And I hate to break it to you, Red, and I hate to break it to you about, and what I did not like was when Dr. Mack was going with him with the blood work situation. Like, let's be clear. You don't have to always draw. There's not a whole bunch of blood work being drawn for somebody to see a psychiatrist and get a diagnosis. Now, Dr. Mack has not practiced actually in years. So that's not common practice. Like, it's just not. It's just not. And there's definitely no blood tests going to tell you about the psychosis and all this. It's not. It's not the standard of care, to be drawing a bunch of labs. It's just not the standard of care. Like, we cannot get crazy here. That's not the standard of care for most basic diagnoses. Psychosis, bipolar. What we're talking about here, we're not saying she had some organic brain disease or, something. We're talking about bipolar, and we're talking about like regular depression, and we're talking about psychosis. It's no blood work there. I think they have 2 more witnesses, but I could see Red doing a lot of stalling. I don't think he's ready to close tomorrow. So I think he wants to drag this on, because you got to think, if they have 2 more witnesses to call and he's talking to everybody for 3 hours and arguing with them about the DSM-5, we could be here till Wednesday. So Attorney Reddington, your client is guilty and she's going to prison. She's going to prison. She's going to prison. She's going to jail. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that's added here that we didn't hear and didn't, came from his own witnesses that he put on. His own witnesses made her case worse for her than it was, because we never heard anything about her saying she didn't want to tell anyone that she was thinking of hurting her kids because she was afraid social services would take them. That came in from her own witnesses. that are saying that. So that right there is telling you, you knew it was wrong. You knew it was wrong, so you didn't tell anyone. They came up with this, because I believe it's a lie. I don't believe she was ever thinking about, social services wasn't crossing her mind. You know, getting rid of her kids and becoming a poster child for PPP was what was on her mind. Okay, getting rid of her kids. And they say, oh, she's in the hospital now and she's on the meds, the right meds, and she's stable. She's not depressed. She's not depressed anymore because it was her kids that was making her depressed. She wanted to get rid of those children. Like, let's be clear. That's why there's no depression. So you're going to tell me between Zoloft, Wellbutrin, Seroquel, Lamictal, Trazodone, Ativan, between all of these meds, none of them worked, but you're going to tell me Zyprexa 10 did the trick. Like, please, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Zyprexa 10 stood up against all of those and did the trick. It just fixed her right up, along with a little clonidine and a little propranolol to help lower that blood pressure so she's not anxious. Oh, please. Okay? No, she ain't depressed no more because it was the kids that she wanted out. It was the kids she was tired of. And once she took care of that problem, depression gone. Yeah, the judge was looking at that time like, is she going to show a video? Not at 10:55, she's not. I have to go get my sourdough bread and a sip of coffee, okay? We are not getting into no video display here right now. I'm glad the judge told Red to sit down. Like, he told him at the end, like, nah, I'll allow that. No, judge, it's over. No. I'll allow it. Come on, judge. You gotta throw a little razzle-dazzle in there because you're looking real biased. And I'm very curious. I would like us to get through these two witnesses so we can see the judge's instructions. That is going to be the biggest deal, what he wants them to find her guilty. And, like, you know, if he drops it all the way down to involuntary manslaughter, then we got some trouble here. You know, then we got some trouble here. So I don't know. We're going to see what he does. He hasn't seemed to be pretty fair. I don't know what I'm thinking about Judge Sullivan. You know, he lets Reddington get away with a lot. I don't know. We're going to have to see. He shuts the prosecutors down anytime they try and go. And, you know, I've seen online, they're really making a big deal about when the prosecutor tried to go in asking Sue Clancy about wasn't murder a mortal sin. And I saw where she was going with it. Listen, I'm no law junkie, so I don't really know the rules, but everyone's saying it should have been immediate mistrial once she said that. I don't know the laws. I don't know the courtroom rules. Don't get me to lying. But they're saying it should be a mistrial because she was bringing in the religion. But then I don't know, because then the chaplain got right after that, and she was talking about religion, that she go to God, and she brought religion in it too. So I don't know. I don't know if that was like the end all, you know, be all. I don't know. I don't think, being that they didn't show the video here now, I'm thinking it might come into play during their closing arguments. I think if you're looking at this with a clear mind and we just looked at the evidence and everyone, like, we all just put our bias to the side. Of course, most of us here in this chat can see that she's guilty, right? But if we put all the bias to the side and just looked at the evidence, the evidence shows that she can be held criminally responsible, right? That's what this trial is for. Did she know what she was doing at the time she did it? Because let's be clear, being bipolar doesn't necessarily make you homicidal and make you not know what you're doing, even if they're going with that. You know, having major depression is not a get out of jail free card for homicide. So was she criminally responsible? Did she know what she was doing on January 24th? And I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to say the prosecution has shown that and has proved that. I'm going to say the defense has proved that for the prosecution with those witnesses they put up there. They just made it worse. In my opinion, the evidence was overwhelming, but after the chaplain and Zizel and La Posada and Resnick, it made it even worse for the defense. They didn't help at all. They just did not help. La Posada started going on and on and on about how long it took her to kill them because she was trying to defend her reputation in that process. They took a blow to that. Dr. Resnick, the prosecution used his own literature and teachings and podcast interviews against him to show that he just started making up stuff out the blue about what he could say she was thinking. You weren't there, Resnick. You got to go with the evidence, and none of the evidence showed anything about losing nursing license and all that. Dr. Zizel clearly was a fraud. Like, we figured him out. I figured out his con man game, you know, looking at the jury. When he's asked a question that's exposing him, he looks to the jury and tries to throw big medical terminology out there to confuse them. I like those witnesses. The chaplain was highly inappropriate. She crossed boundaries. So I'm like, Sue Clancy ain't want to be up there. You know, Lindsay's sister, look, she didn't want to be up there. Talking about me and Lindsay are close. She ain't talking to Lindsay, ain't going up there seeing Lindsay, wasn't talking to her before the thing. That's a lie. So I just don't know. I just don't know. And listen, your coworkers don't really know you like that. They don't live with you. They don't really know you. And what she had, one nurse coworker that got up there to talk about, you know, to talk about her character. I think Lindsay is guilty. I'm sure of it. And I hope the jury can see through it as well. La Posada went, and I think the prosecution is doing a good job. They're getting a bad rap here on social media, and people have them like the enemy. But I'm like, they're here getting justice for those 3 kids that lost their lives, that are gone forever. Like, what are we even talking about here? Oh, Bruin Phillips, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Anyone who's a true crimer here in the chat today, can you explain to me about the religion and why bringing that in is why bringing that in will cause a mistrial? I mean, seeing the video of Lindsay coming in her sheriff bus down that line and how all her supporters were lined up and they were cheering, wow, screaming as if Beyonce was rolling through there, you know, and she had a sheriff in the front of her, a sheriff in the back, right? They got the lights and sirens, and she's in this big van in the middle, and people are like, Lindsay, oh my God. I'm like, we are truly living in some scary times. I strongly believe while they're advocating for postpartum psychosis to be in the DSM-5 and, you know, they're revising it and they add new diseases every year, I'm going to be advocating for TikTok derangement syndrome to be in there because I think it's a thing. It really is a thing, you know, and it's not just with Lindsay. We've seen it with several phenomenons that come out of TikTok and people just blindly get behind something. I mean, we actually have women holding their babies saying, same, Lindsay, same. We actually have women with ice in a bowl, throwing it in the shower as if they're making the voices go away, hitting the wall, with their pillows, go away, like just making a mockery of psychosis and this whole thing. TikTok derangement syndrome is real. And it's not just, middle-aged moms who are on there wild. And I've seen professionals, there are lawyers, there are therapists who are coming out with these theories that it's Patrick. And it's truly a mental illness. It's definitely a mental illness. TikTok derangement syndrome is a real thing. It's a real thing. Oh, did you guys see after court last week? Could have been before court. Don't quote me on that. But if you guys go look it up, the New York Post had the clip where Reddington was coming in with his sunglasses on. Everybody had on their pink. He got his sunglasses on, and they're asking him all these questions about how does he feel about the support. And they said he's answering questions. He's smiling, having a good old time. And then one of the reporters said, well, a lot of people are saying you're forgetting about the victims in this case. What do you got to say about that? And he was like, all right, have a good day. Walked off, didn't answer the question. He ended the interview after that. And it's like, it's like, he wants people to forget about that. It's crazy, 3 little kids lost their lives. Like, we cannot just glaze over that. It's very crazy. And what's even crazier is if Lindsay Clancy if she gets found not guilty, right? She gets found not guilty, comes up for her parole board review, and she gets out, right? Because she's a model little prisoner in there, and she gets out. She could actually have that career as a postpartum psychosis influencer, and she would be a millionaire from it. And she would be writing a book, and she would be on every podcast demanding $100,000 per episode. Okay. And she will immediately start a TikTok page and have 1 million followers. And she will immediately begin flown all over the country, first class accommodations to speak. And she will probably be a millionaire overnight because they will have a GoFundMe, Lindsay's Coming Home fund, and she will immediately be rich. Look, that GoFundMe has already passed 1 million for her parents, and we know the money is going to her because her parents are there constantly supporting her, spending money, bringing her food. So I'm very surprised that GoFundMe even allowed that. That's supposed to be against their rules. No one charged with a crime. You're not supposed to be raising money for any legal defense. What do you think her parents are going to be using the money for? I mean, honestly, they support her, and we know she was already destitute because she was trying to get Social Security. So we're living in some scary times where she would be glorified for killing her children. Casey Anthony has a page. She's commenting, right? She's on TikTok. She's an advocate now for racism. I'm like, what? Like, it came across and I'm like, wait a minute. Casey Anthony is on TikTok. She's on TikTok. She's on Substack. She's down with the, ending racism movement. I'm like, actually has monetized off of it and got away with it. We're living in some scary times. We are living in some scary times. Very, very, very scary. We will see what happens today. I was really hoping for closing arguments today in judges' instructions, and then jury start deliberating tomorrow. I'm hoping that we'll wrap this up by the end of this week. Even after Lindsay Clancy's trial is over, Nurses in the News will still be live at 10 a.m. Monday through Friday with all your nursing and healthcare news and stories. And then if there's a nurse that goes on trial, we will be following that. I think our next big trial for nurses will probably be Nicole Linton. So we'll be here following that, but we will definitely be here for Nurses in the News. There's so much going on in regular nursing news that we have to get to. One big story I will be covering today is the phenomenon of NP students not being able to get preceptors. A lot of them, their graduation is being held up because they can't find preceptors. You know, preceptors that are not attached to the school want thousands and thousands of dollars, and hey, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to give up your, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with NPs charging, you know, for their time to be a mentor, but I think online programs need to have some more, the responsibility needs to be more on them finding their students preceptors, because that is a big problem. It's just like, we'll give you the classes, but the main component, you're on your own. That can't happen, because if you go to a traditional program where you're not going online, right, and you have to be in class, you don't have that issue, because you have your preceptors. You know, if you're, you know, going actually to Duke or wherever, you don't have that issue. But if you want to try to go online, and we understand nurses go online because of the work-life balance. You know, once you've given up your whole life to to become an RN, right, and been in that program, online is like a dream. You're like, oh no, I can learn this online. But now we're seeing the downside to the online programs is you're not getting a preceptor. So I think if you know you want to go and you're going into an MP program and you're going online, you have got to start mentoring and networking before you even enter the programs, right? Have a few set up. You know, that's the importance of being in these nursing organizations, professional organizations, whether it's the American Nurses Association, the National Black Nurses Association, is because of the connections and the networking and the potential mentors that you meet, you know, in these spaces. And you got to set up a few. Don't just rely on one person, because people can switch up, and your mentor, your career is in their hands, right? They decide not to precept you, whatever. So you set up a few. You know, get with these nurses that have their own practice, you know, that are willing to take you on. But it's all on relationships. You know, getting into the program, you're new, you don't really know any NPs, and you're blind cold calling people, asking them to precept you. It's hard. But if you're already networking, you're already in professional organizations while you're an RN. Listen, and my private mentorship community, on the dashboard for the nursing students, on the nursing students dashboard, I have it in there that they should already be joining the National Student Nurses Association to get their mind programmed that networking matters, right? So then when they become actual nurses, their dashboard changes into, okay, now I'm in the American Nurses Association. Now I'm over here in the American Association of ER Nurses, or now I'm over here in this. So you already know how to network, how to politic, how to show up to assemblies and events and get to meet people. Relationships in nursing, especially if you're someone that's trying to advance your career, it just matters so much. I mean, whether you're trying to get in a nurse manager position or whether you're trying to get into one of these specialties, it's all about who you know a lot of the times. A lot of the times you can bypass a lot of things just by being able to call somebody and say, can you get me in? Yeah. It matters to be in these organizations. There's a reason why. So I would tell anybody trying to get in, don't go in cold. Politic a little bit before while you're an RN. So when it's time for you to go in, you got a couple of MPs that are willing to precept you. Yes, physicians can mentor. You know, honestly too, you know, this goes what I said last week about the social worker not being over nurses. Listen, if you got an in with it, if you're going for psych MP, LCSW can precept you if you cannot find another nurse. And, you know, with physicians, like especially if you're FMP, you know, I know a few nurses who, when they couldn't find preceptors, this was like during the pandemic, their private doctors precepted them. Like they called their primary for them. Like, okay, well, if you want to, you know, come in, offer some hours, I'll precept you. You know, so sometimes it's the person right in front of you who you're not even thinking about, right? Yeah, you have to network, man. You got to network and got to get out there. Got to get out there. And if you have to, and I think precepting with somebody that you already have a relationship with is going to probably be a lot smoother for your career than precepting, if you're just, paying somebody and it's just kind of a transaction. If that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do. But I would say network first and get that going. And listen, I'll be the first to say over the last 5 years, I just learned the importance of networking late in my career. You don't know what you don't know, right? I never felt like I needed that. And as I got into this space of this, content creating space and meeting so many different nurses from different areas, I learned, okay, networking is very important. It wasn't until like 2 years in, I had my platform, that I started going to events. And my career just really, even as an influencer and a creator, it opened up so many doors from networking and meeting people and showing up to events. And just, I never thought in a million years the president of the American Nurses Association would be like, okay, we want to meet you. And then I'm like, what? And they're like, yes, we want to meet you. And it's just like, wow. And it's from meeting people and getting in rooms. And, of course I have a platform, but other than that, I had to still, my platform is great and it was amazing, but more doors are opened up when I started showing up and meeting people and making connections. Like, networking is really underrated. Like, you have got to get out there and meet people. It's the only way. As a CRNA, I precepted with a physician. Wow. Yeah, relationship building and community building is that's why I never changed my niche from keeping it just to nurses. It's very rare. It's very rare, but I never, even when I first started this thing, and brand deals and things like that just were not there for me because I was doing the news, but I stuck to the mission because I'm not a lifestyle influencer. I'm just not. And all the brand deals were there for them. And I was never monetizing off of brand deals, on my platform. But I said, I have to stick to my niche because this is what matters to me, and building community is more powerful than, just having a bunch of people following me because they like the way I mop the floor. Like, I have to stay the course. And now look at social media. It took a turn. It took a turn. People are over the whole influencer, lifestyle influencer, show me your lavish life. People are exhausted with that, and now they're looking to people who have knowledge because the country is in dire straits. So they're looking to people who have knowledge, who are niche down. Educational creators are on the rise. And I stood the course because I'm like, no. I can't just, this is what I'm going to have to do. And it took a long time, but now finally it sees. So now I'm niche down to healthcare professionals, mainly nurses, but I have some doctors in there, some respiratory therapists in there, some people who aren't even in healthcare, who just like it. And I think it's very powerful just to put nursing on this like pedestal and let the world see what it is that we think, what it is that we do. I think it matters so much because we matter so much to healthcare. And I know people say all the time, AprnBeauty is always bragging on nurses, but no, we have to do that because they're trashing us everywhere else. We got to have a space that shows people what really goes on in healthcare and how much nurses matter, to the profession. CRNAs every once in a while, like they're in the news. CRNAs are kind of chill. They're kind of in the background because, like, honestly, they're going to land they're going to be okay wherever they land. Like, they're really not going to be on the front lines trying to fight for nothing because they're pretty good. But CRNAs will come up in the conversation. Usually I speak about them as if they're fighting for their autonomy. Like, a lot of times, you know, the AMA, American Medical Association, will be trashing CRNAs. So then I'll have a rebuttal in there. And then I'll see all the CRNAs like, we're here. Like, they'll pop out and they'll comment on that. But other than that, I don't really see them much. They just pop out like, yeah. I'm like, you guys are here. They're like, yeah, we've been here. But they don't really have a need. They don't need to be on the front lines or the picket sign, because no matter where they go, they're going to be on top. You know what I'm saying? Like, CRNAs have it really good. But I remember I met a CRNA who actually is from my state. I met her in Florida, and she came up to me in the airport, and she was happy to meet me and shit. I was starstruck to meet her. I was like, CRNA? Like, I never met one of you guys in real life. What's going on here? I was all excited. And I remember posting about that. And I remember all these CRNAs just coming out the woodwork like, we're here. You know, we pop out once in a blue. I actually had the head of the Connecticut Nurses CRNA Association, the president of that runs that, she actually reached out to me and said, you know, I would like us to try to, you know, work together. We're trying to get some more CRNAs to join our membership, you know, to become members. And, you know, we emailed back and forth a little bit, but I couldn't figure out. I said, well, there's a reason why they're not in the association, is because they're gonna be okay no matter where they land. They don't feel the need or have the need to be trying to advocate or fight. I said, I really don't know. I mean, I could post about it, but I can't say CRNAs are going to join and they're going to join this fight I don't know. They're going to live good even if they go to Rancho Cucamonga. They fucking made it. They're going to be fine wherever they land. So, you know, I didn't think I could help. Exactly. CRNAs are busy living the dream. They're like, oh, we're in Dubai. What do you mean picket sign? Fight for what? You want us to fight for what? You want us to join what association? Yeah, I don't think so. We don't got time for that shit. Working our 312s, then we're like going to Alaska for a month. No. We don't want it. We don't want no parts. I said, honestly, the only thing, nursing school, man, I tell you, listen, the only thing Lindsay Clancy is not lying about here is needing to be on Prozac while she was in nursing school. That's valid shit. Now that, no one's disputing, because my trauma and anxiety and jumping up at 4 a.m. is still in me from being in nursing school back in 2009. Like, it's where my trouble started. I didn't need to be medicated, but a lot of nurses do. You need medication, end up with stomach ulcers. Next thing you know, you're on Prilosec. It's just like the stress and what nursing school puts you through is absolutely ridiculous. All right, they took a nice long break because the judge only wants to go from 12 to 1, wants to end this early. This episode of Nurses in the News is brought to you by Emerge Weight Loss. Emerge Weight Loss is the best telehealth company out there to start your GLP-1 journey. They've decreased their prices to starting at $199. So if you've been looking to start your GLP-1 journey, head to emergeweight.com. Use code AprnBeauty. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Super chats are on. Thanks to you guys, super chats are now a thing here. I'm so grateful for you guys for watching with me and doing something that I thought could never be done on YouTube. To become a YouTube partner within 18 days is just unreal and like unheard of. So I'm very grateful to you all for watching here with me every day. Look at the judge with his 30-minute breaks. He's so inappropriate. This judge just has no respect for people's time. It's crazy almost. It really is. You shouldn't be taking a 40-minute break mid-trial. That's just, early in the morning. And then you're going to come back and then go right on break at 1 to 2:30. And then just dragging this on, Judge. Just, come on, Judge. Watch the judge come back. don't worry, something happened. It has nothing to do with this case or nothing to do with the attorney. Something happened. So, I'm going to let you go home for the day. Don't read anything. Don't take any road trips. Don't, get compromised. But we're on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. Sullivan, we're done with you because we should not be being on a morning break for 45 minutes. Yeah, as soon as the attorneys start getting revved up, can I talk to you for the side? No, I don't want to go to the side. No, let's go to the side. It's like, I've never seen a judge with this many breaks, ever. 30 minutes, whatever, but we've been on break for like 40 minutes here now. Totally crazy. It's like, why is he prolonging it? He doesn't want it to be over? I don't know what's going on. All right, we got action.
For the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Attorney Sprague, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Lindsay looks just like her father, just like him.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
What's that with that do-rag in there? Look at all these whack jobs from TikTok back there. When this court first started, for like first 2 weeks, it wasn't hardly nobody in there.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Callan.
Dr. Zizek.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You start right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then also as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals. And
are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior. And also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
She's laying the groundwork.
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
Crossing boundaries.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense,
come to play about his
civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
You ain't gonna try to aha moment me.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026, and at that time spent 3 days with her along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, but those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone, variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we were going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022.
Here we go.
She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with the child, and then after several months she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving, and I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them, and if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk, but sometime in October she began taking the Zoloft, and things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick, and I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties, and they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was
Far gone to be postpartum over there.
hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before
Yes.
we go on to McLean,
Yes.
about Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
Okay. And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses producing the insomnia and other things was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Excuse me just a moment. Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works. It does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder. You have to have identifiable mood swings, and one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression, and that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. Well, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Duxbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Duxbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar II disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar II and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable, and if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode, and I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
So that's schizoaffective.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
Okay. And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar II requires hypomania for 4 days, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
Okay. And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation, so mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if, at the time of the offense, they suffered from a mental disease or defect and, as a result, lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case Ms. Clancy's, capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior. And to determine, is that something that, those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did? It is, yes, and it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
I'm going to have you pause there for a moment.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time to break.
It's a good time to break.
I knew this
Why don't
was
we do
going to
that?
happen.
Thank you.
I knew
All
it.
right, so members of the jury,
He
we're going
talked so long, he
take the
didn't
action
get to
of
what he was
recess
trying
at this
to
point.
get out.
You
This
know
is
my
gonna-
instructions, so they're going to be the
This
same.
is going to prolong
Don't
court
talk
for a
about this
really
case,
long
don't do
time because
research
these
about this
answers
case,
are
don't listen to
really
anything about it, don't read
long.
anything about
I
it.
understand
Have a nice break. and we'll
why
be
he's
back in
trying to
about
do
2
it
o'clock.
because he's
Okay?
trying to. So I do understand. Like I understand why he's trying to do it. He's trying to make it crystal clear, so cross-examination. He doesn't get any big holes in the story. Like I totally understand, but I think it could be a little bit more short. Like he's been talking for almost like a while. He's been talking for a while, and I think he could kind of shorten it just a little bit to kind of get to the actual point. These are the reason why I did the test and not go on and on and on. These are the reason why I did the test. Bam, bam, bam. Because he got a PowerPoint up there. It should have been bam, bam, bam. And these are the results. Like I think the prosecution is letting him talk a lot, but I think she needs to ask more direct questions to just get the answer rather than letting him tell a story. I think it's going on just too long a little bit here with him. Like, it's clear, and I know he doesn't want Reddington to come trying to poke holes into. It's going to be hard for Reddington to get with Dr. Halburn, but he has to like reel it in so the jury doesn't get lost in what you're saying. You know what I mean? Because it's really long before you actually, are you actually even giving the answer to what we want to hear? Like, I think the prosecution needs to stop him and say, okay, now what were the findings? Okay, now how does this apply to Lynn? Like, reel him in so they can know exactly what the answer is to the question. I think his long drawn out answers, the jury can get lost in between them. I think they could get lost in there. He had me locked in too. I mean, I couldn't even ad lib because I'm like, I am locked in. It's like he covered every single base. I'm not sure where Attorney Reddington could go with this, but I'm very curious to hear what his findings are, right? So he said bipolar 2, not 1. That that doesn't give Reddington what he wants, because wants to go with mania. He wants to basically say she was manic, they misdiagnosed it, and she got put on an SSRI and caused her to be schizoaffective. So that's what, she was so manic and it went unchecked that she became psychotic. That's what Reddington wants. And then he wants postpartum psychosis in there because he wants the date. But it's just not there. It's just not there. It's not there. No one has diagnosed her. It's not there. So we will see after lunch, but the prosecution's experts are definitely the most qualified thus far. They don't have confirmation bias. Both Resnick, all of them had, were up there just to fit the narrative that Reddington wanted. And Dr. Zeisel's testimony should be thrown out because he clearly referred to her as a patient. He's crossed boundaries with her. He's up there seeing. He's supposed to be doing an evaluation. They went up there and they saw Lindsay, once, twice, 3 times, and they spend most of their time looking at records. Zeisel is up there visiting her constantly, sitting there in the court, like highly inappropriate. You come in, you do the job you're paid to do, and you move along. He clearly has crossed some boundaries there, but it's not there, Lindsay. You were not psychotic. And Dr. Halburn has me like totally locked in. I couldn't even, and he makes things clear, but I think he has to, get it to the point, of what it is that he's trying to say, because then, the answer kind of gets lost in there, because she had to go back several times. Well, what are we talking about now? He's like, oh, I'm blending kind of the two of them. You got your PowerPoint, stay on track, hit them, so the jury doesn't get lost, because I think if it's not already made their minds, if the jury doesn't already have their minds made up, we're coming to the end here. I think he's going to take it home. He's like the best witness. So we will be back for supposedly 2:00, but we know our favorite judge. And Attorney Sprague, the district attorney, knows our favorite judge, because she saw him about to go over the time, and she's like, I think this is a good time to stop, because I think that she wants to get the clear answer of was she criminally responsible, and not have to go to break with that and then let Red get time to think and try to come back. And so she played this correctly. Hold that thought. Let us come back where there's at least an hour and a half left of court, and Red has nowhere to run or nowhere to hide. I don't see where he can go with Dr. Halburn. He's going to start going on the DSM-5 and dragging it out. There's really not much there. Lindsay, you're out of the state hospital and you're going to prison. Bipolar is not a reason to kill your children. You were not psychotic. All of these specialists and experts, no one, not even Dr. Resnick, gave her this diagnosis of, psychosis. And no one will say that. They'll say bipolar. I think Dr. Resnick said bipolar too. They will not go on the record with that, So we will see. We will be back and ready to head into court at 2:00. All right, nurse gang, we are back. We be on time. When we come back, we on time. Bring you back in as soon as they're back in. Best witness thus far. Dr. Halliburton, let's see.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Please hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new here.
This court's now in session. Please be
Welcome to
seated.
Nurses in
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right? Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Duxbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions, and what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide, she remains at risk for suicide, and so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events, and she was not, so she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale.
Use the Columbia mainly.
And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under two circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression, and so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings.
Dr. Halliburton has got to get to the point.
Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has three scales.
He got to get to the point.
One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her.
That's why she took
okay, and then there was something called the Mahoney-Slade hallucination scale.
Were her stressors.
And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23.
You guys can hear me, correct?
In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job-related. She wasn't in the military or the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations. Yes.
The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me. And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And Doctor, is it?
Well, can she answer?
I thought he was done.
I
don't know.
Well, let's find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
Red
And so
thinks this is good for
you
him. That's
mentioned
why he
you
wants
didn't
him
think
to
it was a
continue.
delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always rare, whereas an explanation for
He said it.
for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and it's I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum, and so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child, and most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people she said that, and then I heard this plus this. To other people she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overruled. Yes.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Why don't you just ask it as the hypothetical? You know, assuming this, and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
Lindsay, you going your ass to jail. No more hospital for you.
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one count, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music, and while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say, unusual things are wrong, and strange things are wrong, and many things are wrong, and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife Lindsay lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened.
Let him talk.
And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination and what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was
what?
preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean. But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with ultra-sickfilicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
The prosecutor is going to cause a mistrial if she keeps letting people go on with the religion and the sins. You can't do it, apparently. Why, I don't know, but you can't do it. You can't do it. She had it good right there. She shouldn't have went down that. She should have said, you can't say that. She should have stopped him, because this shit could be a mistrial and Lindsay could get 2-3 more years. Apparently in the court of law, you can't bring up religion during a trial. She had him going, but she needs to, he is talking and he's explaining, but she needs to let him get to the point. And she should have stopped him when he started talking about religion. She should have stopped him there, because now Red could say, you know what, this is twice mistrial. I want a mistrial. And the judge seems pissed. Like, prosecution, you got her. Like, you got her. It's It's clear as day she didn't hear a voice and that she made that shit up to get out of this criminal responsibility, to get away with killing her kids for whatever reason. She was suicidal. She didn't want to live with the kids. Whatever. She knows it was wrong. You have got to move along before you cause a mistrial here at the end of this trial. It's like, you got to reel him in and just get him to the criminal responsibility. Just get him to that. And if Red wants to cross-examine him and try to break it all down, he got his notes. I think he'll do fine with that. But letting him just go on, it went from, you got it, to now, fuck, it could be a mistrial. Because this is twice with the religion. And the judge wants to drag it out because it's almost time for his... it's almost time for him to go home, so we know how he rolls. And hopefully, the prosecutor, Sprague, is in there telling the judge, listen, she said go to God. This is what she said. He's just explaining that. But you got to think, Attorney Reddington has been getting his way and he knows he's losing. I mean, this man told a whole story. It's been like for 2.5 hours now, where he covered all bases. I'm sorry, but Dr. Halburn he knows his shit, and he is intriguing because you can hear a pin drop in there when this man is talking. It's so quiet. Everyone is in there waiting to hear what this psychologist is going to say next, because he has been the best witness in this whole trial when it comes to experts. He is clear. He's not biased. I mean, he's not saying probably what we're all thinking. This woman has a personality disorder. You know what I'm saying? So he put a little bit of razzle dazzle in there. He's not downplaying what she was going through, but he's saying she made it up. She made up the male voice. It didn't happen. Like, that didn't happen. But he's not trying to say she wasn't depressed at all. She wasn't suicidal at all. He's, Red can't really tear him up because he's acknowledging that. But he is not. He's making it clear. She was not psychotic. She knows right from wrong. She knows what she's doing. She knew what she was doing. And that's all the prosecution needs to prove. They don't need to prove you're a bad mother. You're this, you weren't really depressed. You don't really have bipolar. No. They need to prove that you knew what you were doing in that moment. And this, I heard a man's voice, is bullshit.
All right. And so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all rise.
I knew it. Damn, Attorney Sprague, why you didn't stop him? Jesus Christ, you're doing good. Slow it down. You know that they already on you about the religion. Ah, fuck.
Next is the forum. This court's in session.
All right. We'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court.
Oh, they messed up the fucking They messed up the trial. They're going to get a mistrial. They're going to get a mistrial. They're going to get a mistrial. Attorney Sprague should have known better. She should have known better. She should have known better once he started going. She should have stopped him. She should have known better. You had her right there. You had her. Why, oh why would you allow him to start talking about sins and all that? She should have stopped him right there. Like, you can't talk about that. Move on to the next thing. Oh my God. This is no good. This is no good. And it happened twice in the trial. So they're going to try to go for mistrial. Commonwealth, this is no good. She should have stopped the man right there. No matter what the chaplain said, no matter what anybody else said, they already know that the judge warned them about religion once. Once they realized once he said Catholic, she should have said, stop, you can't. She should have stopped her witness from saying that. You're at the end. These rebuttal witnesses didn't even have to come on. Like, you had enough to get your guilty verdict. I don't understand. If there's a mistrial here, Red is going to be way more prepared the next time around. The chaplain did not say in the Catholic religion. She didn't say that. She just said, Lindsay said, go with God. He was on the right path until he said in the Catholic religion. You cannot use the religion. And you can't say anything about it being a sin or this. You can't say anything about that. So the prosecutor, Buckingham, said that earlier to Sue Clancy. And now here we go again. Lindsay's going to get another 3 years in the state hospital doing her interviews, and I can't deal. The judge is ready for this to be over anyway. I strongly think he doesn't want a verdict coming under him. He seems nervous. He really can't, he can't come to decisions without going sidebar. He's late. He's taking breaks. He's wasting people's time. I think that this is what he wants. He's waiting for his opportunity to get from under this, especially since he just had a case like this overturned. I think that the judge is like, okay, this is my way out. Wow. Oh man, I'm so disappointed in Attorney Sprague. I really am. She let him talk too much. She did not stop him and reel him in the beginning on certain things. So he went on this storytelling run, and then when it ran into the religion thing, he's been status quo with just running on and on and on and on. So he just went down this, and bam. But he's been testifying in trials. He should know better. He should know better. He's been testifying in trials. He should know better. But they should have been hyper vigilant about that because they already got in trouble for bringing up the mortal sins. They should have known better than this. The judge wants his break anyway. I'm telling you, I believe the judge wants out. I believe that he wants out because of the way this case has turned, just been wild. I don't know. The judge gonna come back at 3:50 and say, why don't we break until tomorrow? Let's drag this out just a little bit more. So we're definitely not going to hear closing arguments. I would not even say by Wednesday, because Reddington is going to go around and around and around for a couple of hours with this witness. It's going to drag into tomorrow. Then the next witness is going to take another 4 to 6 hours. Then we're going to be looking at closing arguments Wednesday. Maybe the jury will start deliberating by Wednesday. And most judges, you know, they handle what they need to handle right there from the bench. Like, this judge got to do too much referring. Then when I find out he's not just a criminal judge, you could be in there fighting for back rent, and he could be the judge too for that. So he's not just strictly with that type of criminal law. And you know, I'm like, I feel like he's not confident. He's not confident enough to make a decision. He's all over the place. He's literally all over the place. Like, he got to figure it out. He's not sure of himself. He's not like a confident judge. You know, he has to come to the side and see what they're both saying. He don't just say, this is what it is, because, you know, this law versus this versus that. You know, he got to try to figure it out too much. Yeah, he's not really confident. You know, he's just not. You know, some judges sit on there and they're like, nope, overruled because of this, you know, but they're ready. And if they don't have to come to the side and he's trying to be a mediator, you know, rather than laying down the law as a judge in his own court. He's probably back there, like I said, in his law books, trying to figure out what it is. Sprague should have reeled in the doctor a little bit. Like, doctor, get to the point here of these, you know, you gotta wean it down a little bit. You let him go on a storytelling mission from the beginning. So he just kept on with his same status quo. I'm telling the stories here. And then look, we fell down into a 12-foot hole. Rather than guiding him, you let him just keep walking, and then he fell into a hole. You had her with him saying why she wasn't psychotic. She should have went over his test. They should have prepped these witnesses. Like, I don't need you to go on a rant about she killed them because she loved them and the suicide. And we don't need that. We just need you to say, was she psychotic? That's it. We didn't ask you for a motive. That was left field. He didn't need to bring that in. We're not asking why you think it was a motive. We all have our opinions on why she did it. You know what I'm saying? And only she will ever truly know. She didn't ask you for, there had to be a motive. Yeah, how about she just had a personality disorder? You know what I mean? Did Ted Bundy have a motive? I mean, I don't understand. You know, he should have left that part out. And we would never have fell into the hole. Wow. This is not good. And the judge is going to take his time, because he's going to take his time. And we're not even going to get to the boom. It's almost 4 o'clock. The judge is going to take his time and tell everybody to come back tomorrow. That's what he's going to do. Mark my words. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. Sheesh. Attorney Sprague. Why? And she's my favorite. I don't understand why she let this go on this way. He's been on the stand since like 10:40. It's 3 o'clock. You know, just telling stories here. You know, like, I get it, but, you know, he added a lot in there that his reasons for her motives. You're just up there solely to say whether she knew what she was doing and was criminally responsible. You went too far here. It was going too far, man. Oh, God. Yeah, I need Judge Sullivan out. I'm telling you, I found out this week that he's also the judge if you're trying to get back rent. Like civil, he could be civil, he could be... So it's like, this is who y'all thought to put on a national trial? He's nervous. He takes a lot of breaks. He doesn't have respect for the jurors' time. They've been there like a month now. This is week 4, right? Or is this week 5? I think it's week 4. I definitely get the points he was trying to make. You know, he's trying to tell the story. I think he's trying to make his testimony ironclad because he know Red is up there trying to discredit people and ruin their reputations, which could essentially hurt, you know, their career and mess up their money flow. But you're not an expert to try to figure out a motive, right? You're just up there to determine whether she was psychotic or not, and whether she knew what she was doing so she can be criminally responsible. That's it. He should have never added the razzle dazzle about the motive and she loved her kids and she this and that. That's just what she said or how she acted. We don't know if she had a personality disorder, she was playing a role, and deep down in her mind she really hated those kids. So you really can't speak to that. But you can speak to the command hallucinations being a farce, you know, and this being malingering. But you can't really speak to if Lindsay really loved those kids because you don't really know what she was really thinking. You know, to love her hoe. Lindsay would love a mistrial, right? Because then she gets... And Attorney Sprague looked like, you see when they was going, but she looked like, oh man, you know, you should have known better than that. Like you should have stopped him when he was going down that road. You should have stopped him. Should have stopped the man. Yeah, Sprague was like, it's like, but soon as you already know that has been the center of a lot of controversy, that comment, you know, they're talking about all the law and crime everywhere, all over the news, you know, they were speaking about this happening and about, you know, they should get disciplined from the bar and things like that. So as soon as anyone would even attempt to say that as your witness, you should have stopped them. I'm very confused as to why she didn't stop Dr. You know, and this is her own witness. He wouldn't have overtalked her. He would have stopped. Say, you can't bring that up. On to the next. And he was saying just what, I mean, it was intense. He was saying exactly what, very clearly, about how Lindsay was faking about this voice and how she wasn't psychotic. And then he took a left turn into motive and fell right into a 10-foot hole. And now look it. Her best witness might have caused a mistrial. What are we watching right here? Wow. And the judge wants any reason to stall. And it's the end of the day too. He doesn't want to be sitting up there. You know, he just doesn't. I mean, look how long he was on lunch. Like, just you know, the judge is not the best judge, not the most confident judge, I feel. Like, honestly. That's how I feel about the judge. Wow. And he's going to give Attorney Reddington the time that he needs to do his cross so he can start fresh tomorrow after he goes and tries to dig up some dirt on how, you know, it's like, I'm over Judge Sullivan and his breaks. Like, is he the only judge in Massachusetts? Wow. Today was emotional. I was hoping for the 2 rebuttal witnesses and done. They spent too much time with Dr. Mack. That was once again a circus. Reddington spent too much time on Dr. Mack, asking the same questions, going in circles, arguing with him about the DSM-5 as if he wrote it. That was just enough. And then we get Halliburton on the stand. He's non-biased. He's just giving his good opinion. He's clear, but he's in storytelling mode versus testifying mode. And it was working until it wasn't. You know what I mean? It was working until it wasn't. Then it just got weird. It just got weird. This has been an emotional day. Emotional day. And the judge is running down the clock on purpose. Let me act like this bothering me so much so I can burn 30 minutes. Probably back there with his feet kicked up, might not be looking at nothing. This judge, he likes his breaks. I don't think he's went to 4:01 not one day. He is trained. 11 o'clock, 4:01. I'm done. 15-minute recess is an hour. Hour lunch is an hour and 45 minutes. It's just crazy. I'm sure those jurors want to get out of there. I'm sure they don't want to be getting $50 a day to sit there almost a month out of work. Imagine having to use your PTO time, to get paid because you're sitting on this jury. Crazy. Here we go.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff, to the prosecutors, to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago, and I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that, I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful, they were right on point, and we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant the motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamal?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct, and that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong, and she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning, and I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Right. Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say. In regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he ejected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that, as best I can, is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that would be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, and just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
I felt scared like I was on trial. I'm like, what the hell? She doesn't get to get away with this. Like, Attorney Sprague, this your last warning now. You got her. You don't need to. You got to calm down with your rebuttal witnesses in this Catholic stuff. Stop, please. Skip over any go to God business. Just skip over it. Don't even talk about it. Tell your next witness, we don't even want to talk about the go to God statement. Shit, nobody ain't hear it anyway, because the shit never happened, period. She never said that. She killed those kids and did what she did and wasn't no go to God baby. None of that was in there. It was all fabricated. So leave it off the table. Jesus, this is spinning my nerves all up.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
I need some green tea. I got to calm down. Wow. Taking us on this roller coaster. Look at her winking at the camera.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the
Whoever winks should be removed from the court.
All right, well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial, it's irrelevant, it is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so, because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So, I'm sorry, so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, can I close your notebooks? Place them on the chairs. This way, please.
rest of the quorum, this court's in session. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
Wow. We have been through the ringer today. We have been through the ringer today. Sprague had, like I said, she was walking down the path and then fell into a hole. She let him talk too much. That was definitely the problem. Yes, we were intrigued. Yes, he was explaining things clearly, but look, it turned out to be a trap. You need to ask the questions, you need to get an answer, and you need to move along. She let him take the reins too much because he was saying what she wanted to hear and what she wanted the jury to hear. But no, he got to shorten that because there's no way he should have been testifying for since 10:30 this morning. That's just insane. There's just too much talking going on here. She let him go on and on and on, and it backfired and almost caused a mistrial. Like, you need to ask your questions, get the answer, and then that's it. Not no, oh, he's going all around to get to it, and then he's just talking, and she's letting him talk for 10, 15, 20 minutes before she even interrupts. You can't do that. He's going on, and he felt so comfortable, he started talking about Catholic religion. And he's been doing this for decades, so he knew that that wasn't right as well. No matter, don't bring up the go to God baby no more. Don't bring it up again. Don't even talk about it. Tell your other rebuttal witnesses you don't need to talk about it. You got Lindsay Clancy by the cojones. Do not ruin it now. It's been proven. She wasn't psychotic. I think the jury is going to go your way, but damn, you almost ruined it. You got too overzealous. Do your punchlines with your closing argument. Get these rebuttal witnesses, wrap them up. It's going on too long with the rebuttal witnesses. 6-hour testimony. No, wrap it up, put it in a ball. She's guilty, and let's move along.
All right, so we will be in recess till tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change, as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Nurse gang, there you have it. It almost went left. We were getting into the thick of things, and then ultimately we still have not heard his ultimate, was she criminally responsible? Because he told us a 4.5-hour story. So I know that he probably beefed up his testimony and tried to make every area clearer because he saw what happened to Dr. Mack. And ultimately, these experts are not trying to get in front of this case and the whole world's watching and embarrass themselves or damage their reputations, because this is how they make a living, of course. So I get where he was trying to, and I know that's what he was doing, because he went in detail in the resume, he went in detail in confirmation bias, he went in detail in, Lindsay being patient, being not. He went in detail to acknowledging that she was struggling, but, we even say this in nursing incident reports. You got to write to the detail what people need, what needs to be known, but sometimes talking too much can create pitfalls that you can fall into. And in this case, it almost caused a mistrial because Attorney Sprague let him talk a little bit too much. We don't need to know why you think, what you think her motive can be. That testimony never needed to be in there. What you think, why you think she did it. No, you're here to determine, was she truly psychotic? Did she know what she was doing? You added your own piece in there and shit almost caused a mistrial. So no, Attorney Sprague should have reeled him in. She was letting him go. She was letting him go because she knew it was giving the jury a clear picture of what they've been trying to say this whole time. Red was letting him go because some parts were looking good for Lindsay, and Red was letting him go because he was like, okay, he's giving me some rope. He's giving me some stuff to work with because he's talking so much. That's why Red wasn't really stopping him. I haven't seen Attorney Reddington this quiet with one of those witnesses in so long. He knew Dr. Kirk was talking too much, and he was going to get something out of that and could have potentially got a mistrial with prejudice. I'm glad the judge said, okay, because of this one simple thing, we're not going to go there, because the judge, the judge has to look at all the evidence as well to see what he's going to do. How should they charge? How should they come up with their decision, the jury, based on the charges, involuntary manslaughter, murder one, whatever the case may be. So that's why he's listening to the evidence, and I'm glad that he's probably saying, like, okay, this is overwhelming. Like, this woman was not psychotic. I'm pretty sure the judge has his mind made up. I mean, let's be clear. Ray Charles could see it. I mean, it's there. She wasn't suicidal. She wasn't homicidal. Psychotic. She made this up. And the idea of this voice was definitely put in her head as a defense by Zizell. And Dr. Kirk made that very clear. Like, the voices don't just pop up, command you to do one thing, and you jump to it rather than saying, who's this talking to me? What's this voice? She was rational and everything else, but she couldn't resist that voice, so we gotta slow down. We have got to slow down, Attorney Sprague. I know you were getting excited because he was the best witness thus far, but she should have. I don't think they really prepped these experts. They just saw their reports and let them go up. Her motives should have never been a part of it because he really can't confirm that. But his knowledge and his years of experience and expertise can confirm whether she knew what she was doing or whether she's psychotic. You can't confirm what her motive is. You don't know what's going on in her mind. You really don't know. You know what I mean? So that should have been left off. And then also Resnick said she intellectually knew. So it's like, and the Commonwealth got Lindsay Clancy. She is going to be found guilty. But these rebuttal witnesses messing up shit. Because the Mac, even though what Mac wasn't saying was right, was wrong, we understand that because we're healthcare professionals. But the lay people think that he seems incompetent. You know what I mean? So it's like the same thing with Reddington's witnesses. You know what I mean? They made his case worse. So I don't want to see that for the prosecution. You gotta reel but now since you put on rebuttal witnesses, it looks like it's kind of shaky. It's like, come on, stick to it. Don't ad-lib, don't add no extra. Reel Dr. Kirk in. He needs to be asked a question, he needs to answer it. He does not need to be allowed to do story time for 35 minutes. That can't happen. Because Red is just looking for information. And I don't like the fact that it gives Attorney Reddington all the way to tomorrow to prepare. I don't like that idea neither. You need to get him on his feet on the fly and watch him scramble. Because what could he possibly say against Dr. Kirk? You know what I'm saying? The man was the best witness. You could hear a pin drop when that man was talking. A pin drop. If anyone today still feels like Lindsay Clancy was psychotic and did not plan this out and make up those voices, is not watching the same trial or living on the same planet. I mean, anybody with a 6th grade education could see that it was clear. But we will be back here tomorrow for Nurses in the News live coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial at 9 a.m. Bye-bye.